All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week, new stream. It is Tuesday, so we are going to be kicking off the week with more from the Bazaar. Not a whole lot of changes last week. It really was just kind of more or less a maintenance patch, as evidenced on our last stream on Thursday. But yeah, today's going to be sort of more or less the same. Since then, I have reached Legend. I believe we were like a game or so off from reaching that rank. So I'm at Legend now, which is cool. Second time making Legend in the last 2 seasons in a row, I think. So that's really nice. Hopefully everyone's having a good day, though. It's been sort of an interesting start to the week. There's like, I don't know. It's felt a little off, and I don't really know how to explain it. It's hard to put into words. Yeah, I hope that's not a bad omen, though. It just feels weird. So, I don't know. Excuse me. But yeah, we're going to do more of the Bazaar today. And as far as what to expect tomorrow, I think I'm going to take a little break from the Tainted Grail game. And I think we're going to dive into a single-player RPG. I was thinking, because I haven't played it yet off of Steam, ever since I bought it, it's just kind of been resting in my library. Excuse me again, sorry. I just ate, I just had some lunch, and for whatever reason, after lunch, throat gets kind of weird. I don't know. Gonna be doing that a lot, unfortunately. But I think tomorrow we are going to be visiting the Saga Frontier series. I played 1 and 2. I know there's the Romancing Saga games and some other Saga titles in the franchise. I haven't really touched those a lot. But the first Saga Frontier was remastered probably like, I don't know how many years ago. But we're going to be doing the remastered Saga Frontier, and I think we're going to be starting with Red. There's actually several characters. I was thinking Red, maybe Aslius, or even T260G, the robot. Maybe even Ricky. I don't know. I was thinking about them, though, and I think I'm going to start out with Red, because Red is very, if you like Power Rangers, and if you're familiar with Saga Frontier and Red, you'll know it's like a hot-blooded shonen story, so it's kind of right up my alley. I've been wanting to play an RPG for a while. I just wasn't sure which one I would pick. I was thinking between that, either restarting up Final Fantasy VII again, with the Seventh Heaven mods. I don't remember what I had on last time. We could continue that. Chrono Trigger, maybe. Even the remastered Secret of Mana game. I was thinking about all of those, not sure. But I'm pretty settled into the idea of it's pretty much settled into the idea of Saga Frontier. That would be kind of fun. It's turn-based, but not like traditionally turn-based. It's very interesting. So I'm kind of really looking forward to that. Sorry, I'm just responding to a message. But yeah, that's something that we can look forward to tomorrow. So I think that's what we have on the docket for that. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and fire up the Bazaar so we can get into that. Well, that's kind of how things are going right now. Hey, what's up, man? Who even is that in the emote? Who is that supposed to be? I feel like I'm supposed to know who they are, but I just don't recognize them. So lots of love to you too, man. Oh, go ahead and switch over here. But yeah, I think that's the plan. So old Twitch person, global emote. Yeah, I have no idea. I've been on Twitch for a while, but that person eludes me for whatever reason. I don't know. Not sure. The daily's already complete. I didn't see what today's item was. Hopefully it's not another rug. Okay, it's not a rug, but it's a stash. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really interested in the stashes today. So I'm gonna pass. We're just gonna, well, I say save up gems, but we're gonna end up using probably a decent bit today, maybe, depending on how many games we get in. So I did get the new Dually skin, which is nice. This is actually one of my favorites. The channel is the emote name Hey Guys. Yeah, no clue. No idea. No idea. Sure, let's start a dually game. I really don't know what to do with dually because most of the time you end up going like dinos or railgun. Railgun isn't even really that good anymore. I mean, it is, but I don't know. If we get an early, what's this called? A cryo hammer. Maybe I'll do something like that. Oh, looks like we're going dinos. Alright. Sure. Yeah, I really prefer like outlier builds for dually. Like nitrogen hammer is really fun when you can get it to work. I actually saw a really crazy build earlier with what's this called? With ignition core and that one tool that's like, if you have one tech item, reduces cooldown by 1 second. And then they had like a 3D printer that like transformed into that tool. So it made their core like 1 second. And whenever you use the tool, it charges a tech item by like a second or something like that. So I don't know. I mean, there are ones that I like definitely like recognize, right? Like the one that I recognize the most is probably the PogChamp face, right? That one's probably like easily the most recognizable one.
Curio sells. We
Like, I'm familiar with, like, Kappa and Triard, Jebaited, Keikona. But yeah, just I don't know why. For global modes, I just have never seen that one before, so I don't
let
know.
my youth worry you. The guys who trained me were very... You picked that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Use it well.
Okay.
Make me proud.
I'm trying to remember the guy's name, but he was like he was a big like creator in the fighting game community, and I think like after a while he became like super like alt-right or something like that. I know he got like super political and like kind of just like dropped from the scene and like streaming kind of altogether, which is like kind of sad. I think he used to like be good friends with Mike Ross. I even forget the guy's name, which is like weird.
But I don't use.
Because I used to watch their stuff all the time. It's kind of sad.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you. Happy to exploit you. I mean help you.
Yeah. Pretty much.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
All right.
Everyone, you got it here. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
I'm not strong enough for a ventriloquist, so I'm just gonna go with the mosquito. Ventriloquist was actually really scary. It was actually a really good friend to have. I think it's something like, if this is your only friend, because it's like, it's also a toy, or it might just be a toy. I don't know if it's a friend, but it's like it has a 3-second cooldown, and if it's like your only, I'm pretty sure it's friend. Like if it's like your only friend, it's like crit is like 50% or something. But the way the fight is structured is that it continuously builds damage while having that 50-50 shot of just like completely destroying you. So I'm not about that life really. Get a friend. Okay. Snail. Oh yeah, he recently made affiliate, right? He has his own you should have like emotes unlocked and stuff now, right? Oh, we actually got it this time. That's cool. I think we're gonna do something like that. Aw, that's really nice. Happy for him. That's really cool. I like it. Whoever made that did a good job. Alright, that should work just fine. Something maybe we get a free upgrade for the Uzi, but that's fine.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
You should be okay since we'll have scaling damage, but this is probably going to be a little annoying. Appreciate the lurks, all. Please try to get some rest and concentrate on work in the meantime. But I appreciate y'all having me on. Thank you.
Myself and I still lost.
Alright, so since we're in day 3, we can start to find silver items. Of course. I was gonna say, maybe I could find like a silver dino or something, like Trollosaurus, or even Dinosaur. Silver tier items.
But my gossip is wrong.
No, and no. Man.
I'll get back to my Palaco.
Well, whenever I can reach affiliate, I think. I don't think they unlock before then. At least last time I checked. Yeah, I don't know. I sure would like to grace my channel with emotes, but I'm not really sure when that's going to be.
I know, like...
I probably could have taken on the stronger opponent. Yeah, I mean, right now I can basically earn as, like, as if I were an affiliate, because I think they rolled out that program now. But I still have to reach affiliate to unlock my first mode slots. And then after that, it's like partner and like partner plus or something. I don't know. I know you have to reach like a certain concurrent average. I think it's well, yeah, I should be able to talk about it because it's not like I'm telling you guys to do something specific, but I'm pretty sure the last time I checked, it was 3 viewers concurrently across four streams. I basically have all the other requirements though. Like I put in the hours, I stream on the different days, and whatnot. So I think it's just really the concurrent view count, I think. Something like that. Yeah.
I don't boast.
Yeah, this will give us like 2 more ammo, so that's good. Be able to output a little more damage. Let's do. Man, I really want to put something else in there, but it just doesn't work out. Alright. Nah.
Our items have lived. They have stories.
Pretty sure that's collusion. They'll be fine. I'll get there eventually.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
I think if anything, it's nice that they're opening up the floor for people to earn more, or earn pretty much right away. Just the idea that you can is nice. Obviously, you would need like the numbers to make that even work, but the fact that it's not locked behind anything anymore is really cool. Do I? I mean, I haven't played any on stream. I have played like, I do play some gotchas like offline. I think the only gotcha that I'd probably play on stream, if I could, would probably be like Nikkei. I would probably start over though, even though I have like an account already. I don't know though. Maybe. Kind of playing too much though to keep up with that. kind of a super first world problem, but
Use that for the good of all.
medium.
Welcome
Okay,
in,
yeah,
hon.
let's
What can I
see.
get you?
Okay, that's
I
nice.
think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Dire Disguise is cool, but I would rather have this saddle instead. Okay, that seems good. Oh, Shadowverse? I used to play Shadowverse. Didn't they recently release like a new version of Shadowverse, I think? Pretty sure. Alright. Yeah, you don't want to be slacking at work. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember. I saw a new version of Shadowverse in the Steam store the other day, and I was like, oh, I haven't touched that game in like a long time, so
You're tougher than you look.
I wonder if my account got wiped. I honestly wouldn't mind. Like starting over from scratch would probably be a lot of fun. Or silver. Okay, maybe this time we can get Trollosaurus or Rex Specs. Nope. Wishful thinking. It's kind of too
I
bad.
can help you, but you have to trust me.
Use a vehicle. Oh yeah, because we have a vehicle right here.
But
It's actually going to do a lot. 10 gold. I'll take that.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Yeah, Cat, I know I'm not like doing a lot right now, but like you using my arm as a pillow, or my wrist rather, it's like cute, but also like slightly inconvenient.
Bravery without strength is a
You know?
sword without a blade.
Like I know you can't hear me, but still.
People first, profit 10.
Thanks for knocking that off the table.
Okay. It was nice to see you.
Appreciate that.
The smaller proportions, the finer the meal. Oh,
Hmm.
I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
I should be fine here. Yeah, just not finding an early Trollosaurus or even a Rex Specs is probably going to put me in a lot of trouble, to be honest. I'm not going to be able to keep up with a lot of mid to late builds, especially late. That's a good pickup. Damn. Sure, more money. Weapons. Okay, this could be
Few
good.
warriors live to retire.
There we go. There we
I
go.
prefer action.
Well, there's that early hammer, but we didn't really get anything that could constitute making things work, so alright, see you later. See you later. See you later. See you later. fact, let's do this. Dino. Tool or relic. Dinosaurs, tools, or relics. We'll just have to live with it for now. Eventually, I'd want to replace this with Momosaur, which I think we can start getting now? But gold is probably still pretty rare. Oof, this is gonna be tough. I would like to blow this up if possible, but probably, let's see, 1, 2, got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can blow up 2 more items. No, that should be it. Yeah, never mind. If we had a Trollosaurus, we would have been able to potentially blow up 1 more item. But nope. Nope. Yeti crab. See you later.
I would spar with you, but
Well, there they are.
and when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
That is hilarious. Now, if I put this guy in, this should go down to 3 seconds. The problem is we want as little items as we can get, because this can only destroy up until the amount of items that we have. So yeah, we're just gonna go with that, I guess. It's funny seeing Dualtron. I always manage to somehow see him when I don't really need him at all. It's like mildly funny, but it feels like the game is continuously mocking me. So, I would try Lich, but I feel I have no counter to poison. Shield doesn't matter. But I don't think I could deal enough damage to Lich before I could do anything. So I guess we'll just go with this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So if we could blow up this item or this item, that would be good. Preferably this item. We blew up a small one. That's sucky. Another small one, of course. Okay. Wow. Nice time. Well, that worked. I'm good with that.
Sail, no sail.
I just realized both these were gold. We got them gold pretty quick. Which means it's pretty unlikely that we'll find a diamond item anytime soon. So I'll just go with that. We'll level up you so you get more damage from these guys. This is okay. I want to do this instead because that's 9 seconds.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right? Maybe if I got any good.
I was hoping we would find a Momosaur, but I guess not.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Oh god. Yeah, I'd want to kill these two. Preferably this. Yeah. Pretty much needed to kill the Ice Claw in order to survive there. We still blew up 2 items, but we're that much closer to using our cheat death, so it kind of sucks. Sure. Oh, I just realized we had just enough space. Am I ever gonna use this again? Nah. I'll go here.
Don't be a hero. Just hand it over.
Okay, so we need to blow this up and this up. Everything else is kind of negligible. Well, it's too late. Already got the damage off, so that doesn't matter anymore, but fine, whatever. You have a good nap? Yeah? Okay. Do we have any bronze? I mean, we do have things to upgrade that are bronze, but whatever.
Are huge items. Price? Don't care.
Huh.
Try Barcoon.
Ah, good meet. I mean, good to meet you. The ancient one
Sure.
technique destroyed many species.
Ooh. Oh, well, we have a ticket, so we don't need to do that.
My battle
Alright,
days are
weapons it
over,
is.
but my weapons crave more.
Damn. You know, one day I want to make hydraulic press work.
We'll be back with bruises. My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Seems like a really fun thing. Okay. Please kill these two. No.
All cattle, no ball.
What's the only thing about destruction is that you can't target anything.
We'll get through this and be stronger for it.
Yeah, let's do that on you.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. Just toss that on my back and I'll trot it to your door.
Oh, hey. Idra TV, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good day.
Size dilutes the brain.
Lonnie sent you.
It's highly concentrated.
Oh. Did he now? Well, I appreciate it. Nice avatar. Is that Kirby? That's kind of a funny one. Oop. Oh, I see. Kirby Triple Deluxe Mario Kart World. That's really cool. Good luck on hitting affiliate. I will lurk. You have no proof. I don't know. Seems like All that's right there. That's a great emote, by the way. Keanu. That's funny. I should really incorporate that into my channel. That's hilarious. But thank you. I hope I can hit that eventually as well. That would be nice. Oh, we do have a vehicle, so let's go here. Actually, either of those skills are good, so I'd prefer to get command ship, even though it's only 5%, but still. And we're good. I mean, I'm not disputing you not working, you know, or working.
I'm finished with fighting.
If that's what you
I can
say.
help you finish a fight.
All my weapons have been.
Man, they keep trying to push virus on me. I don't really want that. Toys? Nah. Take that though. I have just enough for that. Thing is, depending on this Mac build, I might not be able to win. Looks like he's got the same amount of wins as I do, though. Really feels like dinos have fallen off like significantly, unless you can get them pretty early. Ooh, that's actually kind of gross. Ah, that's a lot of poison that's on me already, but this should be fine. Oh, he actually has one more win than I do. Doesn't look like he's died yet, though. Oh, he made it to day 9, which is great. Okay, I think I have enough damage to get through the boulder event. Yeah, we should be fine. And we can blow up at least one medium item. Oh no, we have 4, never mind. So we'll just end up killing it. Ah, maybe I should have taken one out. That's okay. We miss out on a little bit of damage there, but it is fine. Ooh, actually, all of these are useful aside from the gunpowder. So, unfortunately, we don't shield anymore. So this guy's skill is not useful. At least not until we can potentially enchant something with shield. So it's still kind of worth pursuing anyway, because having 20% cooldown reduction on all of your weapons while you have shield is pretty good if we can get it. It's the only thing I really want. So, nope. All right, sure. We'll make a dual threat here: poison and burn. Ooh, oh man, now I really wish I had taken the nitrogen hammer. Alright, fine. need this anymore. Oh, now I suddenly have like a ton of gold. May not matter though, depending on this dually. This is like burn. Oh, looks like burn. Restorative ignition core. Uh-oh. He's got like 700 more health than I do. Yeah, that's not good. I have no way to counter that. Yep. Yeah. It makes sense. Oh, yeah, Toxic Flame too. I was wondering how he was getting his burn so high. It's kind of too bad. I'm actually going to do another dually game. Gonna try not dinosaurs this time. Unless it pushes me in that direction. Oh god. Curio. Silver tool. Oh, that's an interesting one. Fine. So, I'm not like a movie buff or anything, but I do like going to the movies a lot. The AMC Stubs thing helps a lot. It basically pays for itself once you see like 2 movies in a month, which is pretty easy because you get like, if you do their A-list thing, you get to see 4 movies for free each week in like any format, which I feel like is them, like that's like a loss leader for them. So I don't know, but I was able to see Formula 1 yesterday, and then prior to that,
Whoever said money can't buy class.
on Sunday we watched The Phoenician Scheme, which is the new Wes Anderson movie. Pretty weird. Pretty weird, but very Wes Anderson like. It's like a lot of dry humor and whatnot. I don't know. It was interesting. Aside from that, though, the F1 movie is actually really good. I think it's the guy that directed it was the guy that was also the director for like Top Gun Maverick. Did a lot of cool stuff with like cameras and whatnot. It was shot amazingly. Had a lot of races in it too, which I would hope for, because a lot of the time when you have like a sports film, even like especially with like racing movies, they show like maybe 1 to 2 major races and just kind of everything else is like fluff or like in a montage or something. So it actually showed like a lot. So I was like really, really happy with that. I would definitely recommend it for sure. Not just if you like racing and whatnot, but it's just overall kind of just a good film. Like pretty memorable. Not the usual like droney fluff that you just kind of forget like the moment you step out of the theater. was also another movie that we saw last week. It was part of their Screen Unseen program. And that's like just seeing like a random, like a mystery film, like before, like slightly before like it releases in the theaters. And lately we had,
Bring her about. I've got another
we had kind of had a string of, we would schedule a movie that would be coming out on Thursday, like something new. And then we would see the Screen Unseen on Monday, because they usually happen on Mondays. And we would end up seeing the film that we had booked for Thursday. It happened to us like a couple of times, and we were just like, what the hell, man? You know, like, so, you know, it's a first world problem. We would have to like reschedule like our Thursday film and whatnot, but we were actually really worried that we were going to end up seeing 28 years later at the Screen Unseen, and it seemed like it at first, but it actually ended up being this like indie Canadian film called like 40 Acres, which is like a post-apocalyptic like survival movie or something like that. It was like really weird. Yeah, this really cool like Indian lead, and yeah, this like badass like fight scene in like the third act of the film. It was really cool. But yeah, it's definitely not something that I would have seen on my own. Like, I had no idea the movie even existed, you know? Seen no promotional material about it. Apparently it debuted at some film festival, and it was actually set to be released last year. But there's been like problems with like post-production and stuff, like cast members like not being paid and whatnot, so cast and crew. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that gets resolved. That really sucks when stuff like that happens, you know?
Oh, Doody, I'm so glad to see. Now you
Nice.
listen to Doody, okay? He's fighting for all of us. I hope our friends help you, sir.
Okay. Warrior, can I beat him? I don't think so. I'll go here instead.
Fresh roadkill.
Yeah, really interesting. I forget the lead actress's name, but she was also in the Woman in the Yard, which is such a strange movie. But she plays really good, like, authoritative and like somewhat unstable characters. So I don't know. I hope she continues to find work, because she's a lot of fun to watch on screen. So
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
okay. Yeah, this time we will try an ignition core build. Burn items to the right. I'll put that there for now. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we're looking for. We're looking for that primal tools item. We need a 3D printer. It doesn't have to be diamond. Gold is fine, which is why we can start finding it anyway. I think we need like an Uzi and a metronome.
You move in straight lines.
Ooh, they're running a burn build too. I don't know if we're gonna find all of that by the time that we get to the end. So Certainly hope we'll find something good, but it's hard to say.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Flamethrower.
Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
We don't have a ticket yet, right? No. Okay, so let's go here.
Dice aren't custom. That's just sad.
Looks like we'll be fine.
Weighted dice, something.
Did I choose a shield event? I don't remember. It's not transform, okay.
Cast aside your deathstruments.
I think they had a mantis too.
Feel our energies resonating.
Actually, I can do that, and that probably works better. What other burn? Maybe I'll go with Aiden and battery. That's probably good.
Don't tell me form is your Smith. That guy is temper, sharpen, reinforce.
So let's try our transform event. We have a Piggle that basically sells for nothing, so maybe we can get something good out of that. Haste one adjacent item for 2 seconds. Yeah, not exactly the best. Not the worst either, but maybe we'll try another transform event if we can find it. Poison fire build with regen. Ugh.
Time is long.
Oh, come on, man. Seriously? Bro. His 50 life over me actually mattered. Oh, that's unreal, man. That's ridiculous. 5. It's perfect.
You've just taken the first step. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes. Buyer's remorse never.
Okay, let's get rid of you. Take you again. Yeah, they'll knock you down to 4 seconds. That's actually important. Haste or slow. Yeah, okay, fine. Basically broke. Oh, we got another chance. Okay.
You know, we're
3.
all far too busy.
I think we can do better than 3. That's pretty good. Might pivot to nitrogen hammer, maybe.
You bring your city ways to the dead grass.
I'll probably keep that as is. This guy should be fine, because he can't overheal, so...
Bazaar
Yeah.
folks strutting around like you own the Outlands. Now get.
Med kit, huh? Even if we sold everything, we still wouldn't make it. 8 plus 5 is 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Maybe Chris Army knife? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait on that. Hopefully we run into stuff that
I'm proud of you.
kind of helps us out instead. I know there's an event where you can get loot. And I know you can get it from there as well, so
Do you have
maybe.
any really small things?
Oof, can't really afford the reroll.
Maybe next time?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Katana, Orange Julian, 81 damage. That is a problem.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
85% crit. Oh, it's because of the pickles. Where do I keep getting the shield from? Is this like critting a lot or something? Like, what the hell?
I was expecting you 0.5 seconds ago. Look at this. So fast now.
Zero, huh? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Let's transform you.
You rely too much on reality. In
Wallace.
reality, there's no such thing.
Well, we can get a ticket here to the temple event, so let's try it. Most of the time I usually end up with a B.
Release pheromone. All Kyber attack.
Also, I haven't seen that that tool yet. $6.6. Okay.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Do you have to leave?
Okay.
already? Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Yeah, it's really strange that it's not showing up. I wonder why that is. Mega Ray. I don't know. Fine. Stick with that.
Delightful to see you, darling. Quark Fable gave that to me on our first date.
Yeah, nope. It's looking like this might not work out. Nightshade. Oh, big yikes. I might not even be able to outburn the region here. I have no way to recover from the poison, so I have to kill him pretty quick. Did I? Okay. Didn't look like it according to the numbers, but alright. I mean, we may be able to get this to work in another way, like if I can get pyrocarbon with nitro. That might work too.
Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
Discounts for peace.
Yeah, I'm shocked that that tool has not shown up. That's so weird. Pretty sure we're fine here, I think. Uh-oh, maybe not. Okay. Pretty close. I mean, I don't really need a weapon, though. Oh, there it is. Crude tools, that's what it's called. Crude. Actually, what? Crude. Okay, so its cooldown is lowered by a second every time it upgrades. At diamond, it's 3 seconds. Okay, cool. Good to know.
I respect loyalty, but Kev's not here. Tightened, tempered, oiled, and tuned.
Oh, this is nice. We could get the salamander pup. Which would be... excuse me. Good for upping the burn on ignition core. Or base burn, rather. Actually, maybe we could get like a dragon fight. That might help too. Yeah.
I will leave you alive to learn the lesson.
Would that read Mayed or Maid 007? Or Mayed 007? I don't know. There's a lot of poison. I'm actually worried about that.
I am seeking gold in a
Did
world
we?
of...
Oh my god, are you serious? 14 HP. Come on. 14 HP? Fucking horseshit, I swear.
Right. Back to business.
Sure.
Happy to exploit you. I mean help you.
I was hoping maybe we could find an early 3D printer, but remote control.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. I'm so glad we could share this
Sure, why not?
experience
Okay, we could get a nitro here. I actually kind of forgot that he had that. Of course we got cooked. Oh, man. Okay. That's great. Solar farm. I mean, solar farm always seems good, but you give up so much board space for it. I don't know. I mean, I'd probably give up like rocket launcher and Chris Army knife, I guess. Something like that.
I will not train you to kill. I will train you to live.
Do we have a vehicle? No, we don't.
Soon I think you will be ready.
It seems good. Plasma rifle. I feel like I'm
You leave it behind.
too slow. Maybe if that was like offered at gold, it would be worth taking. I think silver is just kind of bad. Oh boy. I am going to get one shot, I fear. Well, he actually doesn't have a way. Oh, nope, never mind. Yep. I was gonna be like, he actually doesn't have a way to recover, and I forgot that the captain's quarters actually reloads an item. I got kind of unlucky. It was a 50-50 between the dive weights and the arbalist, so. Damn. Man, this run isn't going well either. Jesus.
Try your luck. Can't lose.
Just not getting the right items. Which is hard to do on Dooley anyway. Dooley has
A rabbit, of course.
has too many items. He's the character with the most items, actually. So you actually get extremely screwed over because your item pool is huge. Dragon. Not sure if we can win, but we want to try. Because the Draconic Rage is something that we really need to put our build kind of over the top. Okay. End up getting a Fire Claw instead. Man, I mean, it's a good item. It's just not a good item for our build. Which you think would be, but It just can't slot into anything.
Reward the peaceful, punish the...
That's another thing that I want to get to work eventually. Especially if you can make it radiant. If you make it radiant, it's like nigh unstoppable if you can charge it. Okay. Another dually. Dinos. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yep, this could be bad. Yeah, pretty sure I lose. Yep. Thought maybe we had a shot, but nah. We'll just do the gold upgrade.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Okay, so, like, we really need to find...
Hello, little sentient.
Okay, it's not it. That is not it. Damn it.
Tiny Andy says I need to...
I was holding my breath because I was like, maybe,
You know,
the large items will get 3D printer, but nah. Unfortunately not.
You are cooking.
Yep. Slow gain 3 region. You slow. I think I want to do this though, because this scales. So yeah. Defense matrix. Sure. Alright, well.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Pufferfish, Tortuga. Oh, shit. And fiery catfish. I think we're dead. Oh, he's got the dragon skill too. Yeah, we're dead.
All cannon, no balls.
Yep. Yeah, playing dually is just a bad idea. Dually is literally get lucky or you just die. It's got too many items. It's impossible to make a consistent build with him. So, well, it's too bad. So far, this has been going extremely well. I just wish Dooley wasn't such a shit character. He should be the character that's the most fun in this game, but they make him too powerful when he gets an expansion, and then they just like nerf him into the floor of being not fun because he's too hard to balance. Oh, free ticket, nice. Another board. I think that's like the second or the third one that we got. And it's nice that we got like a legendary item, but I really would like us to have like skins or something for like heroes or whatnot. Oh, got another ticket from the VIP pass. Okay. This card back we already have. Okay, getting back up to 8k gems is good. Let's do a Mac game.
I've watched cities rise and crumble.
Mac is super inconsistent too. But I don't know. We'll see what the game gives us, and then we'll go from there.
I'm pretty laid back. Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Wow.
Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise.
Oof. I don't know about this. Alright. Do that instead. Looks like it's pushing us towards relics, but we'll see. This might end up being a femur build if we get it early. I don't know. I kind of really want to play crit with Mac, but they haven't really given us anything like that, so Runic Blade might not be possible. The other day, Crip had a really funny build with Runic Blade. He ended up getting one enchanted letter opener for almost like each element. It was kind of dumb to see, but it was like really funny at the same time.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with.
Okay, that can't afford that, you say, really? The only problem with items like these and the torch is that you really don't have a good way to build them up once you complete the first quest. It's actually really hard. So, yeah, I don't know. Really don't want to get rid of that. Guess we'll just go with that. It's funny because Mac, the one thing that people used to complain about why Mac was so out of control was that he generated too much gold, which, like, his theme as an alchemist, it just kind of makes sense, right? But now he doesn't really have a good gold engine anymore. So he kind of just sucks. Like, his early game used to be incredible, and now it's like not really a thing anymore. Why is that sensitivity on that so high? Alright. This should be fine. Kind of.
I will remain. I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern.
Oof, maybe not. This guy's going the crit route. He's got overheal skill. He might put out enough regen for me to not be able to do anything in the long run. Looks like we're fine.
My family waits for me.
Okay. Securing early win is good.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine is highly concentrated. You're a
Agent.
smart one for your size.
Burning slow as well. There's another slow.
I mean,
Can't even afford that. But I would only really be getting that if we were going femur. Which is hard to say if we would be anymore or not. It's still a little too early. Okay. It's another one. I think this needs 8, so it needs 4 more. 2 more slow, 4 more relics, and 3 more burn items. This always used to be 6? I thought it was 8 before. Maybe not. Could have sworn it was 8. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. One mosquito down.
Man or beast? Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Oh, what the hell? Okay. I don't think that counts as a slow item. Doesn't look like it did.
You have your recipes, I have mine. We can help each other. Bet you've never brewed this before.
Come on.
May you complete the great work.
One more. One more and 4 more. Okay. Too bad we cannot afford you.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
Okay, that also counts as region, so 3 more. I am poor, so we will go with a freeze item. 8 seconds. Forgot how much they nerfed that. If we get a blank slate, all of that will be good. It doesn't look like we are. Interesting. Okay, so this is what I mean, right? Like, we're gonna burn this guy into the floor before this gets to 75.
Change begins in the heat of the crucible.
You could call it suffering from success, but it really pisses me off. Like, I feel like 75 is too high. Like, they should lower it. Not by a significant amount, but just not 75. 75 is way too much.
Hello, Mac. Come to learn from a real alchemist? Not too proud to buy from a youngster? Maybe there's hope for you.
Okay. So, need 2 more relics.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
That's a relic.
I'll take it.
afford a reroll? No, thank you. Actually, this guy's shields, so maybe we'll be able to build up enough. Still think he has too much HP. Or too little HP, sorry. Yeah. See what I mean? We needed 15 more, so we needed to burn 4 more times. Is it 4 more times? Yeah, 4 more times. But no, we burned them too much. And if we can increase the base Eternal Torch, that might help us. Okay. Well, it's something.
With each new discovery, the formula of life is
Bronze item. Oh, we got this up. That's good.
I respect loyalty, but Kev's not here. Tightened, tempered, oiled.
Perfect. Okay, we do have a thing we can transform, but I don't know that's what we want to do. We could transform this.
Nothing is what it seems. And if it is,
Oh, that's actually really good transform. Okay. So that leans us closer to the femur build, which charges. It's a weapon. It's a large weapon, and it charges itself. I think like 2 seconds every time a slow is applied. A slow from your side. Oh, come on, damn it. We killed him again! Come on, man. Like, see what I mean? We can constantly get to 60, but then we're applying too much burn and we end up just killing the enemy.
Hey, good to see ya. Might leave a scar, but nothing a tattoo won't cover. The more you get hurt, the more we can hang out.
Okay, so now this is done. Problem is it's facing the same problem as the Eternal Torch. And that it's too strong. Or that we can't apply enough, you know? Which really sucks. I do want to buy that. Because that will apply that twice. So maybe, just maybe, we can get that going. Gotta fight. Fight's good. Not a lot of HP though, so I am not optimistic. Yeah. Oh, great. He does have that. Ooh, it's not gonna be enough though, and he's dead. Again. At 60. Fucking dumb. It's so stupid. Oh god, I hate it so much. Alright.
You young punks are soft. I'll show you how it's done.
And he's dead again at 60. Fucking A, man. Actually unreal. Sure. Just in case we go femur.
But it's beautiful up there.
Yeah, sure, fine. Oh. It's for crit. Well, I don't know.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
Damn.
I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
You remind me
This guy hasn't won
of
at all.
last century.
That's kind of weird.
82 foes exactly like you. People
Why? What build do you have? Poppy Field? Oh. Yeah, this looks kind of weak, actually.
Every failed experiment
60 again. Fuck. Come on, man. Can you guys get more HP or something? Like, Jesus. We're literally burning through them way too fast.
I was expecting you 0.5 seconds ago.
Yeah, that doesn't really work. That's nice. Can't afford that, huh? Fine. Yeah, so basically the thing that I'm building in the background here is a femur build. Because this is gonna fall off pretty hard at some point, so... We don't have a ticket yet, right? So let's go here. 900 HP. Oh boy. I think the only way we're gonna make this work is if either I can get the torch's base burn to start off a lot higher, or it becomes gold. Which at that point, whenever something applies burn, it'll get 6. Died at 60. Again. This is crazy, man. Oh, and we got a B too. Oh, wow.
I will uncover them all.
Peace rot. No, thank you.
I would never debase my wares by hat. I think that suits you beautifully.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of slow, which is nice, but... Memento Mori. Cool item, just doesn't slot into a lot of builds. I'm just gonna get rid of you to make space.
You are a child to me, and I will punish you.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist...
That was a big stretch, cat. Uh-oh. Well, you know, this might actually be what we're looking for. We might die, though. I don't know. Come on.
Like my
my crew sees
Oh,
at the
yes,
bar.
we got it. It
Another
transformed
round.
right at the end. Okay. Alright, good. 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 Bottled lightning. Bro. Don't make me laugh.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can.
Oh, there's the
Sell you
runic blade that I wanted. Well. I've heard Palanquin is really good. I just don't know how I would get that to work a lot. But I have heard good things about Palanquin. I'm actually curious about potentially trying it, but I don't know. I can actually get rid of candles now.
It's not really my size, but I guess I'll take it.
%.
Where's Midsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Okay. Oh, we don't have a ticket yet. Let's go here. Maybe we should put this on the outside. Oh, looks like we crit a little. Oh, crit again. It seems to be working all right.
My mind glows. I see everything.
The fire softens before it strengthens. Remember that.
Stick close to me, and we'll get you out alive.
Oh, you have shield. Your weapons have their cooldowns reduced. Well, we're not running a weapon build, though. That's the only thing that kind of sucks. I mean, not that we can afford it anyway, but feels bad giving that up. Truth is, we're just super poor.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Uh-oh. That's not good. And of course you blew that one up. Yeah.
There's a little fire in everyone. I can make it
Wow.
hotter.
fiery nightshade. I'm considering it, actually.
Don't burn yourself, burn others.
And we can get the ticket there. We'll just have to basically forfeit a potential second build. I mean, we can do it. That's just too large. I'm not even sure how I would make that work. Let's see. 2, 3, 7, 9, 11, 15. I really can't, huh? Alright, fine. Oh, come on. This just need to go up one more time.
A waste of my time. But I do have... My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
Sure.
Skills quickly, but it takes patience to master them. I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
I have to keep that in.
Maybe if I got better goods.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
The main thing now is the fact that our overall power level isn't really going up, so
When we are finished,
continuing
may
to
I
win,
dissect you for
I don't know.
study?
Depends
I will
on
leave
everyone
you
else's
alive
build,
to
I guess.
learn the lesson.
That looks not a lot of fun. Yeah, he's got so much regen, the poison's just gonna kill me.
I take no apprentice. None have proven worthy.
Okay, let's go for XP because we're actually super far behind.
A chance.
It's fine.
At the edge of the fountain.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Not super useful, but okay. But now I have to survive long enough to get decent enchants on both of these. I think that's the main thing. Weather machine.
Another step forward on my path.
Yeah, these enchants suck. They're actually terrible. Ugh. One for two.
Welcome in, huh? What can I get you? I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
I seek the ultimate
Okay.
secret. Will you get me any closer?
Ah. Yeah, he's got more burn on me. Pretty sure I lose. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't foresee this going that well.
And you'll get through this and be stronger for it.
Okay. Now we need Toxic Flame, but...
So close to failure, I must rise up.
Chances of getting that, I don't know. We should be able to output enough burn on this thing. Well, burn and poison, but... Hopefully we get some crits in there due to our poison crit skill. Looks like we're fine though. Yeah, we'll make that slightly faster, and then we'll upgrade this, actually.
Thing of true beauty.
I think we're gonna go here this time.
Stop you! The guardian!
We don't have any shield, but maybe we can get a wand or something. I don't know.
Guardian! Do not let them pass! After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
Oh, there we go. Toxic flame. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's try it. Depending on this pig build, if this guy just shuts us out, then it is what it is. Shielded drum. Uh-oh. It's kind of scary. It's kind of got this going on here. Yep. What can you do? You know? What can you do? Literally nothing. We finally got our build off the ground, and it was too late.
There it is, the rising sun of perfection.
Well, at least we got something for our troubles this time. It was very meager, but... yeah, I don't know. It just kind of feels bad. Like... you get punished for not getting a build off the ground by, like, day 3.
It's about lots of money.
It's actually insane. Like, you can't afford to go slow anymore. Oh, well. Sure. Like, it's not even that the meta is necessarily bad. It's just that everything is based around speed. And so, like...
but not against me.
if you're just not fast, you lose. Well, if you're not fast and you don't do a lot of damage. That's kind of the main thing. Well, that's a really shit item to get from that.
Lately? Well, I do miss it.
Ow. Okay. It's not bad. I honestly don't even know how I would make Atlas Stone work. Aside from, like, drum, maybe? it's so slow. It's like, why would you put it into the lineup to begin with, you know? Yeah, I don't know.
Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me. Newful teaches stillness. I prefer action.
When you've learned all you can from me, see
I can't really do anything with that, so I guess I'll slot in Atlas Stone and hope for the best right now.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Ow. Fixer upper, huh? I don't know, Fixer upper just isn't as good as what's it's called? Money Tree. I think I'm gonna pass. Don't like spending 4 there. Yeah, it wasn't worth it.
Nothing I can do about your poor child.
Problem is I'm too slow. So I don't think I'll be able. I mean, Atlas Stone. I don't know. Well, this guy's build isn't like terrible. It's meant to stall me out, so maybe Atlas Stone might actually do something. But I don't know. I think it's like too slow. What's kind of weird is the fact that Atlas Stone still doubles the damage before it hits. Which I'm not sure if that's how it's supposed to work. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to do damage and then apply the double, but for whatever reason it doesn't. It works in reverse. It's the only item that works like that. Yeah. It's still lost because of this item. Even with Atlas Stone doubling damage, I still couldn't win. Crazy.
I pay well for mid-sized.
That's good. That's good. Not re-rolling again, because that's expensive.
I'm finished with fighting. But I
Nice.
use it well. Make me proud.
You know what?
You carry
Why
a
not?
weapon, I fight alongside you.
I'll get that too. Eight seconds. That's a pipe dream. Going here.
We are everywhere.
Maybe if we had showcase into other smaller weapons that dealt that had like a 2 times multiplier, like the knuckles, like a halati or something, maybe.
An outrage.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Showcase.
I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Okay.
given up the business.
Oops. It's not bad.
I should warn you. I like others' bodies.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Crusher Claw. Ooh, just going Silk Scarf. Okay. It should be winnable.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind. Tell everyone you got it here. I think that's
Ring King Gauntlets, that's what they're called. That's what they're called.
Discounts for peace. I'm so glad we could share.
Oh, there's Money Tree. Too bad we're poor. I think this guy's too strong. We should be okay here, though. I like that they upgraded this skill. This used to be really useless. Like, it's like when you froze, a weapon gained like 5 damage for the fight. This might actually be too strong now, but it's actually a lot better. Like, it's not just a shit skill that you accidentally got.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Icicle is useful. Okay, got that. What could I get from Kev?
Don't have scales? I can forge some for you.
Okay, so now we have one extra, what's it called? Overall income.
Don't tell me form if you're a smith. That guy is temper, sharpen.
Okay. Well, let's get a free one. Okay, sure.
My people.
Now, the problem that we're currently facing is that we definitely want to transition into a drum build. The issue with that is that drum only has the large item tag, and so even though you can find it early, it's really, really hard to do that. makes it really, really hard to do that. Actually, I have to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, new, and no.
That's good, I guess.
You bring your city ways to the dead grass. I'll show you where to stick 'em. Folks like you move in, prices start going up.
Ooh, that might be worth a transform. Put that off to the side.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. You're a
Claudia
smart one
again.
for your size.
Okay.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Leftmost item burn. Yeah, not really. For each non-weapon item. Doesn't really work. Guess we'll do that.
Steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
We're not running anything that Kukri could even be considered. I'll do that.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge? My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Oh, this guy's got rigged. 28-hour fitness too. Shit. Yeah, he definitely has the burst damage to beat me. Especially with the shield. I have no way to compete. Yeah. Yeah, this guy got like the nuts draw at the start, so there's actually no way to compete against that. My build is essentially like a super weak version of what that is.
No weapons? Use that for the good of all.
Okay, that's good.
What you needed.
spar with you, but use it well.
Right.
Make me proud. Go
We
make
meet
some more
again. Tusk
Come back
Helm.
and tell me.
No other upgrades, though. I think in this case we do go Sabretooth. Diamond Fang or Shiny Fang, they're both good. The Shiny Fang is this thing that's hitting me twice every like 3 seconds. Well, normally it's 3, but it's being supported by Diamond Fangs, which is your small diamond tier items have their cooldowns reduced by 20%. So that's really good. Instead, we got a Diamond Pelt. That's 10. It needs to be over 10 now, so that is actually done.
Okay, now sell me something. Something huge.
Let's start subbing in you. It's a good pickup.
Society of blah blah blah. Bye.
If the elder could see me now.
We don't have the space for that. It's a problem. We can get rid of you. Do that. This is on the item to the left. You're actually not great. Do something like that. And actually, we want to put this over here because I think we want that interaction. You want to go out now? Again? Alright. Cat is super indecisive. Okay. So yeah, now we are actually actively looking for a 28-hour fitness. So hopefully we can find it sooner rather than later.
I should warn you.
We're kind of doing the poor man's version of it right now. Kind of.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Yeah. Except every time this went off, it would have been buffing the weapons, and every time the weapons went off, it would have been buffing that. So what makes this good is that it gets multicast for every other item in play. Oh, for each item in play that has a value over 10. So that's why we're trying to build up all of our items, which is what Pen FT is good for in the sort of like in the interim. There we go. Got it.
Finally, someone with taste around.
Okay, the problem now is we don't really need that. We want small items.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
To the left. Okay, yep. I don't know if we generate enough shields by the time this thing goes off. Well, this is gold though, so we might be alright. I don't know. We'll probably be fine. Yeah. Yep, and that's the build in a nutshell. Eventually, we want to not rely on Pen FT because we want another shield item, another weapon. We're gonna upgrade the yo-yo so that it charges faster.
Poisonous liquid entropy.
We're going here just to go here. We actually can't or don't really want to buy anything.
I see you have little.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons.
Ooh, obsidian doggo. Not today, unfortunately.
Bazaar is not kind to the weapons.
So the weakness of the 28-hour build, 28-hour fitness, is drum.
Boring. You do
Beast.
right.
Interesting. This goes off in 10 seconds. This goes off before it, so we should be fine.
Well, I'll admit.
Yep.
That was impressive.
I was slightly worried that that was a drum. Gold drum's a problem. Silver drum isn't too bad. Shield. Kev is really good. We can sometimes find shielded versions of the items that we have. Fortunately, not this time.
I know you, Mr. Pygmalion, as shrewd as you are handsome. This will do well for you, I promise.
Okay, so that one is done. I think the next one that we'll get is probably the gauntlets.
Can't blame me for trying to survive.
But yeah, after this, we want to look for specific shielding skills. There's one that when you use your weapons, you gain shield, and there's one that when you shield, your weapons gain damage, like that. So we want to find those. That's super important. I was hoping we would luck out there, but we did not.
Make deals, not war.
Yeah, nope.
Being fully present with me.
We could speed this up if we find a pitchfork that's at least silver.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
Femur. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's a lot. Might be cooked here. Yeah, this is gonna go off before we get any kind of shield. So that's kind of the other build that I was going for, but we just never found the femur. Last game. Okay, yeah, we're still building this up, so...
My
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more.
Caltrops would be good if it was shielded, and if just by itself. This is good if we had a drum, but we don't.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
So that's a pass.
Cast aside your deathstruments. You're not ready to accept the light, and that's okay.
All right, that's almost done. So we can technically make our own drum if we can get the turbo enchant on this, but yeah, I don't know.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Nope.
Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Freeze skills. I think we'll still try to find some upgrades here.
I mean, a customer. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Nope.
My people would love boring.
Oh god, Obsidian Combat Core. I don't know. Alright. 15% chance to crit. Well, I'm glad it didn't. Usually I lose those. So that's nice. Another Kev.
The world is pretty scary. You might want some armor.
Guess I would take those two out, huh? Shielded Pinata. Okay, so that's done.
Hello, little sentient. Was it too
No 28-hour fitness.
It's a problem.
Should be okay here.
My territory. My territory.
Right.
Go tell Form what his brother's up to. See if he even cares. It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Alright, so actually the resto enchant on the wrist warrior isn't bad. The only problem with wrist warrior right now is the fact that it's still bronze, but the scaling should be fine.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. Shall I?
That's good. We go up by 3 value now.
Come on in. Let's chat. Buy, don't buy.
Nothing. Okay, let's put... Do I want a burst of shield at 10 seconds? More damage. Actually, shield burst is probably good, but I need to actually work on upping the value of this, so okay, fine. We'll do that for now. Another pig.
Sure. Noticed I'm huge? My dreams are too big for you to steal. Oh, don't let this get you down. Eyes on the prize, huh?
Oops. Okay. Oh, we fought Drum? Did we lose? Yep. Yeah, we did.
You will get through this and be stronger for it.
Burn? I don't even know. Why not?
I thrive under pressure.
Okay. Alright, we were working on this guy. Don't need you anymore. Might keep you, don't know.
Finished with fighting, but I can help you finish the fight.
Caltrops. Gauntlets.
Stillness.
Okay.
I prefer action.
5, so like 2 more places.
Just taking the first step to. You wanna buy
Diamond is
that?
good.
I mean, excellent choice. Buyer's remorse never.
Oh, how about that?
Be remorseless.
Dragon Tooth? I mean, it is permanent damage. I just kind of wish it was at, diamond and not gold.
Come, let's release our joy and rage. The Bazaar is corrupt. Let the desert cleanse you.
Ooh, we actually got the crit. Do we have any crit? I don't think so. Yeah. it's nice though. Yeah, sure, why
Today
not?
you have become slightly less weak. Ryokon is proud.
Okay, we'll take care of you first, and then we'll upgrade the tooth next.
I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
People first, profit.
Or not upgrade, but increase the value of.
For business.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oh god, it's eels. It's not good, especially the card table.
I paint my ship
Yeah.
red, but
Yeah, that's what that does. And it's got 8% crit, so yeah. Yeah, we just can't seem to crack 5 wins today. I don't know. It's not even like our builds are bad. They're just not as good. It's pretty unfortunate. Okay, so we've done 2 dually runs, a pig, and a Mac run. So we have Vanessa run. I'm not sure if I want to play Vanessa, but I'll give her a shot. Why not? I'll give her a shot.
I'm here to sink.
Maybe we'll fit in one more depending on how it all goes.
Come on in. Let's chat. So, how about this weather? Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
Sure.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Long John.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation. If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Okay.
I'll keep honing my skills. Next time, I might surprise you, and you've learned all you can from me. See Argenta. She's wonderful.
Oh, how about that?
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Ooh, this guy's running Long John. Okay. 44% chance to crit. Missed 1 out of 1. 2 out of 2. 3 out of 3. 4 out of 4. Well, hit the last one, but Would have needed to hit at least another one to win. Come on, what is that crap? 44% chance to crit and you miss 4 out of 5 times? It's actually unreal. Like, what the hell is that?
Deals, not war. Use that for the good.
4 out of 5 times. 44%.
I would never debase my will.
Actually
Haggle. You
boggles
and
the mind.
I mean, excellent choice.
Your go. We want it.
Okay. Two out of 3 so far. 3 out of 4. It's the complete opposite of the other fight. And the other fight mattered more, unfortunately.
Any good fights lately? Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action. Use it well. Make me proud.
Loot, sure. Scrap. Just cut the S off of that.
Smart shoppers buy vintage. You is hoping they don't make these like they used to.
Okay, we're at 54% crit.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. My fight isn't with you, but if you insist...
It's too bad we don't have a Julian. Kind of really need him. Well, this doesn't look good. Fiery mantis shrimp and silver. Jesus. We're dead. We have no counter to
Fall
that.
like a boulder. I flow like the waves.
And he has holsters. Shit. That's really lucky.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Okay. Oops, sorry about that. Silencer. I'll get it in case we run a solo weapon build, but I highly doubt that's where this is going. Just get a freebie because we're poor. Hover bike. Probably?
You come to
Maybe?
these ends with that gold. Is you tap, bro?
Does a lot of damage, so... Got a bad feeling about this.
Ain't personal, fam. It's rough down.
16 damage. 16 damage. Man. That's like 1 crit. God. This is an unbelievable game so far.
Few warriors live to retire, but enjoy the thrill of battle.
Boat. Tool, property, friend, or ammo? I mean, we kind of have all that right now. I haven't done a boat build in like forever. Still short a little bit.
Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
So we're just missing the property then. Okay.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh, cat. Please do not lie on the keyboard. Thank you. I was like, what did he has that freezes me? He has icy plasma grenade. Oh my god, are you kidding me? This is a super unreal game. Okay.
Well, good luck then. Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Well, that's a peril. It's not a property.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things. Oh, maybe I can resell this to my employees. Large items, small items, grotesque excess.
Okay. At least we could get more damage on it, I guess.
The coral.
Let's go here.
Tells me to hurt you.
So that's a property, and we might get it. Maybe. Freaking potion, man. Alright.
Never let me forget this.
Okay. It's the second Ring King gauntlets we've seen.
My fight isn't with you. If you insist. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Oh, that's not good. Fiery lighter. Wow. That alone is gonna kill us pretty bad.
I paint my ship red, but I don't.
Even though we already had life preserver, so we just couldn't win. Man, these games suck. Holy shit, this whole run has been awful.
When you're ready, I'll send you to Orlin.
I just don't know what to do. We just get hard countered at like every single turn.
I'm so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I won't tell you what happens. Look at this.
All right.
So fast now.
Let's try for a ticket here. Although right now it's looking grim. We might just do another Vanessa run, because this run is pretty much cooked already. We're at day 5 and we haven't won a single PvE encounter, so yeah, this run is pretty much a dumpster fire. Again, you need to win early. We haven't done that. So unless we get some kind of miracle, this game's pretty much over. It's just a ticket wasted.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Gigamart's owner is the ultimate businessman. Take the deal.
I like this, but we don't have the thing that pushes it over the top. Sea Dog Saloon doesn't work because we only have one friend. We pretty much need the captain's quarters. Railgun. Yeah. No, don't think so. Yeah, we needed all of those hits to crit, and only half of them did, so. Wow.
Now this is how you win a war.
Yeah, that's not a good silver item. At least not for day 6. For day 6, that's actually garbage. That's not helpful either.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Yeah,
If that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
I mean, that's good. We're just lacking things that have a lot of haste effects is the main issue. Like, it goes off in 9 seconds, which is good. It's just whether or not we can make those 9 seconds matter a lot. So you want to get rid of that. This is good, but not for this. So I'll put it there instead. The only problem with this is we have one shot, so like we really need to build up our like one chance to do damage like that. Like, we're lucky that that crit off of 34%.
See that plank? Walk it.
Because we just don't have a way to replenish the ammo, unfortunately. At least not right now.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
And really, from this point forward, we actually want, we want small items. Like, we eventually want to get rid of this. And even the crest.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care.
This is a good item.
So I can buy things. Huge things.
In fact, we actually don't want to haste that. Well, there's Julian, but too little, too late.
Something huge.
Like, we're just looking for a lot of, like, small stuff right now. And we're looking for increased ammo on this.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I either need to do that through skills, or... Oh, this guy's got Life Preserver. Elemental Depth Charge. Ah, shit. Okay, we need to be able to one-shot this guy. No, we couldn't. Yep, that's it.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
If this was gold, we might have...
Now this will inspire the crew.
Well, yeah, the real problem is that it doesn't have ammo, so...
But I'll be here when it is. Thanks for
Freeze.
I hope we can do this again.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
Card table. No, we need to continue to have small stuff. Interesting.
People first, profit 10th.
We could have an extra punch with that.
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Well, Crow's Nest is what we were looking for as an alternative item for the boat, but never really got a chance. Another thing that could help us out is if we get why am I blanking on it right now? The holsters? Because the holsters automatically hastes all your small items at the start of combat. So it's like insta damage. Oh, perfect. Just get that and... Well, that's super optimistic. Assuming we actually make it past this guy and then the next guy after that. I feel like we pivoted too late. And not having upfront damage with the holsters is actually a problem. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yep, we're dead. Yep. This is a 0-win build. 0 wins. Jesus.
I fight for my people.
That's crazy. Because this isn't a bad build. We just didn't win early. Yeah. Yeah, not winning early really fucks you. Oh my god, this has just not been a good day. I can't believe that wins 0 wins. That's actually insane. Zero wins. Wow. That's actually unreal.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Tell everyone you got it here. You're a smart one for your size. Shall I gift wrap for you?
Boy. Alright. Get a slow item. That's probably gonna give me like fishing net or something.
Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Prefer not to get that.
Sad to say goodbye. Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
You picked that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
It's another aquatic, right? The problem is the adjacent thing. Maybe I'll do something like that. Early shield's powerful.
We're out to dethrone
As long as they're not running heavy poison. Hey man, how's it going? That's the second freeze grenade I've seen. Or icy plasma grenade I've seen in 2 runs back to back. What the fuck? What is like the odds of that? Oh, I'm dead because he's got more poison than I do. Shit. This isn't gonna go off in time. Nope. It's going alright. Hopefully you're doing okay. Bro. This is actually crazy. I'll just get the spare change. Pretty sick? Oh no. That's not good, man. I hope you recover and get better soon. Being sick is never fun.
Oh, customer.
Yeah, I'll get an early Richardson. Ooh, diving helmet. Sure. I actually like early diving helmet. Diving helmet's really fun. What do I put in place of it, though? Guess I'll take those out. Seems fine. Dude, I haven't even played Shadowverse in like years. I don't think I have the metal to be in there. It sounds cool. It seems like they updated recently. I was saying earlier, because Lonnie mentioned it, but there was a... I saw that they've added like a subtitle to the main Shadowverse thing. It's like Shadowverse something something. I imagine the game's changed a lot since I played, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to even compete, I don't think. It was a lot of fun back when I first started playing, though. I think I was playing like Dragons, or it was like Dragons, and then the other one I was playing was like elves or something. I don't really remember. It's something crazy, something like that. It's pretty rusty. Yeah. I'm actually pretty poor. Silencer's okay. Shadowverse World Beyond. It's a new game, so everyone only has access to one set. Yeah, I don't know. I mean that's cool. That means everyone kind of starts out on an like even playing field. I just don't. Oops, that's not good. Let me put you over here. I just don't know if I have time to dedicate myself to another game.
Friend, but I'm glad you bought this.
Like, how new is it? That's nice.
Go ahead.
Like, did it just start?
It makes this more fun. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble.
Because I feel like it's probably been out for like a couple of months, maybe. Came out 5 days ago. Was there like a beta test for it? Like closed or open beta or something like that? Okay, I should be able to stave this guy off with shield and healing. No beta. Oh, interesting. So it was just like a direct upgrade from the original Shadowverse. You have free daily packs now. Oh, okay.
You've got talent. You should put it toward.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was like before. Was it like before? Did you have like weekly quests where you could like get like currency for packs or something like that? I'm trying to remember. I actually don't know. That's cool though. I mean, oh wow, keg. Okay. That is kind of a build on its own right there.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Calico. Tortuga.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Is the pack luck kind of like okay? Before you got daily login bonuses for like 20 gold, but it costs 500. Okay. Is there like a hard pity for like getting like a legendary card or something, or it's just kind of like up in the air, like every other like TCG, CCG or something? Ugh, this is not sustainable. I need like a crab claw. Like I need a crusher claw or actually, even if I got this would actually be pretty good. rigged. Pack luck is really good. Used 10 tickets, got 3 legendaries twice. That's cool.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with. Happy to exploit. I mean, help you.
Oh, I do have a bronze item. I have 2.
Tightened, tempered, oiled, and
Daily, weekly, and battle pass missions. That seems it seems to be like a huge thing now, where there's like a battle pass and everything. I think it's good though. Is the paid battle pass expensive?
Make deals.
Like, how much is it per month?
I can feel our
Or how long do seasons last? Is it like this game where it's like about a month or something? Oh, I can't even afford Yeti Crab. $12 USD. That's not terrible. It's not terrible at all, actually. I have no burn. Is the time between sets like set, or is it just kind of like random? First season month, second will be 1.5, and every season after is 2 months. 2 months doesn't sound too bad. It sounds like if something's like problematic in the meta, that it can like shift relatively quickly before like your overall like fan base gets tired. Hey Rainbow, how's it going? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a good day. Also, the new main characters are way better, both design-wise and personality. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember like a ton of the characters. I know that Shadowverse had like a Fate collab before, but at that point I was already like not playing.
Bring her about. I've got another salvo with me.
I remember there was like I said, there's the dragon guy, there was like the forest person. I think I used to play the vampire girl for a little bit. I think there was a vampire girl. Pretty sure there was. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I do remember that though. I remember that fondly. Yeah, I remember the Fate collab specifically because like they had like Saber and Archer and all them, and I was like, ooh, maybe. And then I was just like, nah, that's okay. I'll probably just hold off on that.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge.
Fate, Haruhi, One Punch Man, and Love Live. That's actually a lot.
Okay.
Now I have nothing. Sad. Yeah. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Oh man.
Says I'm bad at this, but I just want the huge things.
I think we want to try for this skill here, ammo stash. Actually, even cannonball's not bad, but it's not an active item, so if we pivot to like sort of like what we had last time, it's not gonna really count. We do have rigged though, which is good. So that gives us start a combat haste. If we were to get excuse me, a holster on top of that, I think we do a lot better. Right now we're stalling, but it's gonna fall off pretty quick. Also, they merged 2 classes into a new one and added a thing called Super Evolutions. So everyone is learning the new version. Okay. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll like download it and check it out. It seems interesting and cool. That's interesting though. They're already having like tournaments for it at the end of the year. It's actually not super far away. That's like less than 6 months. It's kind of crazy that we're already halfway through the year. It's too late for you, buddy. Figurehead later.
That's okay.
And it seems cool. Super evolutions. These are leftmost. I am burned too. There's a tool. We have none. Alright, that's fine.
I hope we can do this again.
Let me know if you do. We can add each other's invite codes. Extra free gold. Oh, that's nice. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. It seems like interesting since it's new. Well, yeah, quote unquote new.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with no one.
Is that an obsidian jellyfish? Oh shit. I'm not super worried about the damage, but I think the poison's gonna kill me. Yeah.
No ball.
Just be ready to make an avatar. They had a whole social aspect with friends, guilds, and spectating battles. Spectating battles is cool. Having to socialize in the game, though, that makes me freeze up a little.
Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Do you get anything special for being in a guild?
Friendly guy.
Like, are there like raids, I guess, or the equivalent of raids? Yeah, it should be fine here. Still looking for a ticket, by the way. We've got less than 4 days. Guild levels and rewards. No raids. Okay. So like guild is just like super social, but like you get rewards for like raising like guild level and stuff, right? Do you know if they're planning to do anything with guilds? Like, or is it just going to be like a social aspect of the game and that's it? Yeah, I would probably end up doing that. Nice. Just for people to hang out? Okay.
Kind of enjoyed it.
I mean, that's not bad. I just know that people get like super serious in like some guilds, and I'm like, that's not really the life I'm about. So, did I not? Oh, okay. I did not.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
No.
Now this is how you win a war.
Yeah.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care.
That's a maybe. Yeah, that's actually kind of exactly what it is. It's like an auto battler. They don't have anything. They don't have like a launcher on Steam or anything. They have a just a regular launcher. Oh god, I'm probably dead here. At playthebazaar.com, I think. It's free. Like you don't have to pay for anything, but there is like a free battle pass and like a regular battle pass. Yeah, I'm just dead. Item destruction. You get the paid battle pass through the subscription each month, which is like $9.99. And the subscription gets you like, I think like a free cosmetic card back each month. It doubles the XP that you earn for dailies and weeklies, and just in general. And you also get double the chest rewards if you play ranked at like different like intervals and stuff. So it's pretty fun, but it can be frustrating. Like any other similar title, but
You can't be the fastest shot.
I don't know. It's like even when I'm having a bad time, it's not really like a bad time, you know?
Ever head out to the dunes? Tell them
Okay, we're really trying this again, huh? Okay, we're getting rid of you. And you. I'm going to put you here. Do I want to keep diving helmet? I'm gonna get rid of you. And put you in. Okay, we need to find like a holster, like super quick. That's pretty good. You start off with just one character, which is Vanessa. And then you can unlock the other three with gems eventually. The first two characters are discounted that you unlock, and then the third character is full price. But the discount gets smaller with like the second character. I don't remember how much it is, but I think to fully unlock a character, it's like 2,000 gems normally, or something. And I think the first character you unlock is for like a couple hundred, and then it goes up from there, and then full price. So there might be a new character that's coming out pretty soon. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put you next to the helmet. Whoops. Oh, that's fine. But yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like the auto battler that I used to play before this was the Battlegrounds mode in Hearthstone. I haven't touched that in like a hot minute. I tried playing TFT, but I'm just stupid. I just don't know how it works. So I was just like, yeah, I guess not. I've played a couple of others, but this one is like my favorite. Like the polish on this one is good. The dev team behind the game actually responds to stuff like really quick. Like usually when something's like super overpowered, most of the time, it gets hot fixed in like 24 to 48 hours. But I don't know. I mean, it's really nice. There's a lot of polish, a lot of effects. They're consistently adding like new like effects to like just like not characters but like cards and stuff, which you can unlock through the chests as like cosmetic like additions and stuff. It's a lot of little things like that. Oh, whoops.
As spineless as a jellyfish.
It's not super elaborate, but it's like fun, you know? Yeah, I'll definitely say like give it a look over. It's free to try, and then if you don't want to commit to anything, you don't have to. Right now, ranked doesn't really mean anything. You just get some like extra cosmetic rewards at the end of like during the season and then when the new season starts. But ranked essentially means that you just played more than someone else. Like right now, I'm like at technically this is like legend rank, but I just grinded out more games. So like it doesn't really necessitate like how skilled you are. Like it can, because you're obviously playing more and you have more battle experience than someone else, but generally there's no reason to try hard. So
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Iceberg is nice, but I don't have the build for Iceberg, so
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Ooh. Well.
Every item finds its body. It's a relationship, you know?
Yeah, we still don't have a ticket, so we're gonna try and go to every fight that has one. So we can do the temple event. You're losing out on a lot of EXP by just not going there. Well, not going there and succeeding. Cool. Yeah, we'll want to look for like a crit on haste skill. You definitely want to find what's this called? Shot glasses. Alright, man, yeah. Rest up and recover and all that. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate the lurk. We always have fun, even though it doesn't seem like it at times. But we'll do. Appreciate it. Weapons, skills. I think we'll just go with gold tier.
I understand.
Yeah, actually, that's good.
I think you will be ready for Adira's training.
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we really don't need anything beyond that, but this is already kind of overkill.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more. All my weapons have been tested in battle. Have you?
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Is this dinosaurs? It is railgun. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can build up enough damage before this kills me, but we'll see. If I can get enough shield in, maybe. come on, bro. Seriously. So dumb.
Any good fights lately?
I'm losing fights by literal tenths of a second.
The Bazaar is not kind to the weaponless.
Discounts for peace.
Okay, dive weights is nice. I'm actually surprised they haven't offered us a shot glass. Normally they would have already. Yeah, I'm not going to take chances. Half the time I go here and get crit in the face by the robotic security guy. The bouncer. So, yeah, we're just going to be safe. Okay. Got a 12% crit. Very cool.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Cosmic. Okay. Yeah, more money, please. Alright, fine.
No sale. I want what's right for you.
Card table.
See that mountain? That's Paul. He might have what you need.
Take the gold.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's a Mac that's died. That's actually troublesome.
May I dissect you for study?
Fiery rapid injection system. Okay, it's a region. It's a self-poison Mac, which worries me. Can I last until the next one goes off?
You are
Nope.
merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
Man, this is pretty bad.
Let me lift you up, back onto your path.
Alright. Wait, how is this getting crit? Maybe one of the other fights had what's it called? Someone had a skill where when you use an item, like crit went up. Because literally nothing gives me... Oh, the flashing mechanic gives me crit. So every time the powder horn goes off, I've been getting crit. Okay. I was like wondering about that. That's really weird.
Do you have any huge items?
Piano. Use a friend, hasted for 1 second. Adjacent items are friends. I mean, that's a friend, and that's a friend already. That's a friend. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would definitely put it next to this, but I'd have to move this, like, over here, and then I would have to take some stuff out. I don't like that. I'll upgrade the keg, but we're probably not going to use it.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
Yeah, now we need specific items and we're not finding them. Like that. Like we need this. If we get this, that's good.
What are you?
Oh, nice. Good crit. Ah. taste. Think turbo on the pearl's probably good. It's probably just 1-to-1, but that's fine. Should get charged a lot. Okay, enchant.
Friend. I'm pleased to finally meet you. From mundane to magnificent.
Toxic diving helmet. It does scale, so that's not awful.
What's up? Come on in.
Well, we don't really need that to. We don't need that to be diamond.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
In 100 years when you are dust, I will remain.
Oh, this is... yeah.
There is
no.
always a price for knowledge. I'm just kidding.
Man, we're not fast enough. Like this one didn't even crack some chests.
Revenge.
Jesus. Has it really gotten that bad? Where Arbalest isn't even good anymore? That's actually crazy. What time is it? I think I'll do one more. I'm giving up on Vanessa though.
For centuries.
Mac or Dooley? I don't know. I haven't had a good amount of luck with either of them today.
Long life.
I'll do a Mac game. I have a decent chance with him. Yeah, I didn't expect to lose that hard with Vanessa. Normally, Vanessa, you can actually cruise to a lot of wins, but apparently not today. Sure. He'll do twice my damage, but this storm will kill him, so...
Not all my subjects survive my experiment.
Ooh, that was a big yawn, Cat.
The smaller the portions, the finer. Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless. I think that suits you.
This might be...
Tell everyone you got it here. Shall I?
This might be a crit build.
If you're not ready for my training, I'm not sure where else to say. It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Sword cane. Actually don't do a whole lot for refractor, but I will get it just in case. This is kind of super haphazard.
You would stand aside.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Oof. He has a cheat death. That's not good. Ouch. Please don't crit like that again.
Land legs make you
Of course.
You move
20%
in
crit
straight
chance, and I'm pretty sure he crit 2 out of 3 times. Lovely. Yet I had that run earlier where I had a 44% chance to crit, and I crit 1 out of 5 times. Par for the course. Par for the course.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Eternal Torch, do we even want to go down that road again? I don't know about that. Early runic double bow.
And
Yeah.
I'll trot it to your door.
Life conduit. Nah. Should be a. I was gonna say this should be a reagent, but guess not. Yeah.
Ah, fresh roadkill. An outrage. Ah.
Okay. Man, stop giving me those.
The formula of life is revealed.
Hemlock. Okay.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crit. Hey, when you carry
Letter
my weapon,
opener.
I fight alongside you. Nouveau teaches stillness. I prefer action.
I'm okay. I feel like this is too slow. But we'll give it a try anyway.
You remind me of someone that fought last century.
You should
It's
know,
some stacking
I'm a bit of a
damage, or
legend on Pelago.
but 8 burn on a fiery coral already, along with a mantis shrimp. Ugh. He's basically recovering at the same interval that
My ship red, but I
the
don't
bottled lightning hits. Yeah. Like these 2 items by itself beat my entire build.
Ah,
That's so stupid.
If you have to ask the price, You can't afford it. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes. You're a smart one for your size.
I must do without.
Really?
For now.
Alright, fair enough. Spider mace. Oh, maybe this will be a poppy field build.
I've studied for this. I can win.
If it is, maybe I should pivot into goop flail. I've kind of always wanted to try that.
I flunked again.
It's not a bad skill.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, that's like 12, right? So you'd get rid of you.
Enjoy the thrill.
Early Rid and Great Axe is crazy. Okay, and we're just about to level, so we don't need to sell anything else.
Closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
Okay, so now we need to find a carpet, and then eventually a runic blade.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Go ahead.
If we get runic daggers, that would be good too.
Makes this more fun.
But ultimately, we want to get the blade. But the blade starts at gold, so we won't be seeing it for at least another couple of days. The thing that's nice is that the Great Axe makes it so that anything with lifesteal crits with 100% chance, so... hopefully it'll be enough to carry us forward for a little bit. Calcinator. I'll have to try and remember to maybe get rid of that later.
You came to the wrong house,
well, before we
stranger.
Get into the next PvP fight. That's a drain on gold.
Dead grassers, remember, you gon' meet my cousins.
Ah. Bronze. It's bronze. Non-weapon items? I don't really want non-weapon items. Alright, fine. Upgrade this so that we can sell it for more.
Curio sells junk. Our items have lived. They have stories.
When you're ready, I'm here for you. We made progress today.
Okay.
I'm proud of you.
Good pickup.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome. On
Daggers,
behalf of the Grand
that's
Society
great.
of, Mister. Anyway, thanks.
Oops. Do I want this up or do I want this up? Yeah, that's probably good. Like that. Alright. See you later. Gonna keep that around because we might transform it. But
You are a child to me, and I will punish you.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
eels. Oof. Okay. It's scary.
Like my crew
Nice.
says at the bar, another round.
We had just enough item interaction to not make this go off. Well, to kill us. Okay, let's see if we can find...
We're all connected.
Of course.
I need a new alembic.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Hmm?
Maybe I should lower my prices.
Okay. You're literally sitting in front of my chat screen. You don't care? Mm-hmm. Okay. Ooh, that was close. That would have killed me. Cat, what are you doing? You keep walking back and forth in front of me. Is there something you want?
All things in moderation. Life and business.
Hmm? Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
The Bazaar has many secrets.
Did you enjoy your nap?
Cover them all.
Oh, okay. Now you are sleeping on my mouse pad. That is extremely inconvenient.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns, home.
There's the carpet.
Sailors comes back home. I'm gonna be a business tree.
The only problem is that... Actually, that's not bad.
It's like the baby birds that nested in my mother.
Is that there's no lifesteal attached to it, but... That's fine.
I will leave you alive to learn this.
Yes.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Alright, fine, you can lay there.
All cannon, no ball.
Yeah, okay. So whenever we crit, this gets reduced down to 1 second. But we just went up against something that actually had scaling damage. Also crit a lot, so it didn't really work. Five region is fine. But yeah, ultimately we do want the
Now this is
runic blades. Hopefully we can find it.
I bet you feel stronger already, don't you?
Because as you can see, the runic anything is lifesteal, but the runic blade is it's really interesting because its property is that every time you crit, you double the blade's damage. So that quickly scales out of control. Oof. 6% chance to crit, and it crit me. That sounds about right.
Nothing is what it seems. And if it is, I'll change it.
My mind glows. I see everything.
Well, good luck then. The fire softens before it strengthens. Remember that.
All right.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Shark Ray. Turbo Catfish and Tortuga. Man.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
This actually not having lifesteal is a huge problem. Well, I don't need large items. I just need a very specific weapon.
Just didn't have time to brew your own, right? See you next
Okay,
time.
that's good. Yeah, I mean, the only problem with that is I should probably do something like that. I only wanted to hit this. Okay, that should be fine. Kind of wish I had more shards of obsidian. It used to be a lot more plentiful, but not really so much anymore. There we go. Like that's what you want to see, essentially.
My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
Yeah, everything crits though, so we don't really need that.
I have not died, but it must be very embarrassing, yes?
Don't need any tools. Just, let's see. Letter opener. Again, don't mind the angsty teenager in the background that's probably playing Marvel Rivals and is talking about how everyone else on his team sucks.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
Yeah, the kid can rant for days instead of doing something constructive. He doesn't even talk to people on his team either, which, don't get me wrong, I don't blame him, but at the same time, like, he's better at the game than I could ever be. Like, he's in, like, Grandmaster or something, but, like, you kind of need to communicate with your team at that level. And he just doesn't do it, so, I don't know. Pretty sure I lose just to shield. Yeah, I don't have scaling damage, so I can't get through a shield. If this was a if this was a runic blade instead, I probably would have won. I know, if it was a runic blade, I absolutely would have won. But oh man, we might not even win this one either. My god.
More time comes greater perfection.
It's crazy. Just having really bad luck with matchups.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Okay. Yeah, I need like a weapon vendor. Can I get a weapon vendor? There we go.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Yeah, of course that's how it would go. I don't know. I'm like not even I don't even know what to do at this point. I'm pretty sure this is just gonna end up being a 2-win game. Yeah.
I seek the ultimate power. I have no time for. With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Well, starts a gold, so. Hey, look, it's Goop Flail. Too bad we don't have what's this called? That is a non-weapon vendor, so that helps me literally 0. Great. Well, I could get it here, but this is literally any size item.
Place, right?
Nope. Nope.
In 100 years when you are dust.
If this is dinos or railgun, I'm pretty much dead. It's ignition core. I might win. Okay. Looks like super slow start for them. Another non-weapon. Please, please stop giving me that. I'm clearly going for weapons.
Do you have any really small things?
That's just not. That's not what I want. It just doesn't work. We still don't have a ticket. But it's already day 9, so it doesn't matter. Oh well.
Another step forward on my path.
Still 4 seconds. Alright, yeah. Means our crit will be 720.
Sail, no yourself. I want what's right for you.
I was gonna say, unless we find a runic blade.
But this leg, oof. You'll be back.
Of course we wouldn't.
Bruises.
Of course we wouldn't.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
You should know.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Pufferfish, toxic seaweed, shielded jellyfish, toxic ice pick. Alright. Should probably be okay, but...
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
I was waiting for the, like the toxic catfish, too. That would have just been wild.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Still no runic blade. You know I'm not finding runic blade? It's because I want to find it. It's literally it. Every time I look for a specific item, it's like the game knows that that's what I'm doing. And so it's just like, nah. Yeah, let's go here. This should be fine. Juggler would be nice to get.
What strange creatures prowl these streets? After all these
Junkyard
centuries, there is
Lance.
still more to learn.
Not one person has
Wish that wasn't silver, but
today.
I guess beggars can't be choosers today.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things. Where's
Sure.
my 12?
Why not?
Did he see me close a deal?
Nope.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Obsidian eels. Sea Dog Saloon. Card table.
You fall like a boulder.
Seriously?
I flow like the waves.
Really? The thing that killed me was the mantis shrimp, I'm pretty sure. But you're telling me out of all that, did this thing crit? It had a 1% chance to crit. Okay, no, not anymore. Now it's 25. Yeah. The mantis shrimp killed me because of the burn.
Somewhere in this
Alright, well,
I will find the
fine.
of life.
Yeah, the game is just telling me that today is not the day. That's good. I'm good. What a disappointment. The funny thing is, I'll play off stream and I'll do a lot better. I don't know. I was just actually... That's insane. Insanely disappointing today, but... that's alright. It's how it goes 50% of the time. Oh, man. Sad. Please move, cat. Alrighty. Okay, well, that will be it for today. I was hoping we wouldn't end on such a dour note, but hey, at least we didn't end on a complete loss, so that's good. Yeah, not too bad today. I'm gonna go ahead and exit for now. Actually, there's a decent bunch of you here. I haven't raided someone in a long time. Let me see if there's anyone. Let's see if there's anyone that's playing the Bazaar. That, or I will just raid into someone that I'm following, but... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to find somebody. Ooh, okay. There's actually someone that I follow and interact somewhat every so often. They're currently playing Marvel Rivals, so I think we'll go ahead and raid into them. But yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream. It's actually quite a bit of you here. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But we're gonna raid into Star Habit, so let me go ahead and do that. Okay. All right. That's really quick. All right. Okay, so yep, we are gonna go ahead and raid into Star Habit. I don't really have any emotes, so I don't have like a raid message or anything like that. But go ahead and show them some love. I know they play Marvel Rivals quite a bit, and they're really fun. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Tomorrow we're gonna do more. We're gonna. Well, not more of the Bazaar. The Bazaar is going to return on Thursday. Tomorrow we're going to be playing the remastered Saga Frontier, and we're going to be starting on Red's quest. So look forward to that. Hope to see you guys there. I appreciate everyone that stopped by today. You guys are awesome. But that is it for me. So, yep, have a good one, and I will see you in the next one, hopefully tomorrow, maybe on Thursday. Please have a good rest of your day, okay?
How's he